Hello! Hello, Sun. Hello, Inside Out. Hello, Bishop. Hello. Good evening. How is everyone? I had a really long day today. Work was really tiring. I mean, Hermes was cute all day, but yeah, it was just really, I've been exhausted. How are you guys doing? How is the first week of the year, you guys? Also, I don't know what it is, but like today, my wrists have been feeling kind of like weak. I don't know how to describe it. It's like I'm holding something and I feel like at any second I could possibly like just my hands could just seize and like the thing I'm holding would just drop or plop somewhere on the floor. And I've been like feeling it in like not just my right wrist, but also like the feeling has migrated to my left wrist. So I don't know if this is like a problem. You know, because we use our hands to hold the controller, and she's gaming too hard, guys. And you know, if I don't know how to describe it. Anyways, show hello, welcome in. How are you? Hello. We should get Duolingo started. I'm definitely, I wonder how this is gonna go when I'm with Ever, because I do want to do Duolingo at least every day that I'm streaming. But we'll see if Ever will put up with some of my BS. Yeah, we'll see. All right, you guys, let's do some Duolingo. We are still on Unit 27. We are learning to express our feelings. Why does my music keep changing? There we go. Bishop said, I had a pretty tiring day as well. Had a day of promoting chess club to kiddos, but I also have felt a bit under the weather. So it took a lot of energy out of me. Oh no, do you think you've gotten sick? Alright, here's our Duolingo, you guys. We're gonna get this started, hopefully.
Je suis fatigué.
Ah! This is the perfect sentence for both you and me, Bishop. Repeat after me. Je suis fatigué. I am tired. What a fucking coincidence. Tu vas dormir? Oui, je me sens fatigué. Je me sens fatigué. I feel tired. Yes. I feel tired. I'm good. Beat Cuphead recently, not DLC though. My brother said it's much harder, so I might try it, but later. After I beat it, he suggested a co-op Cuphead run so I could see the other ending, which was basically him carrying the dead weight I was. Oh, not just carrying, but hard carrying. Was the ending at least good, Show? Were both endings satisfactory for you?
Vous êtes malade?
Vous êtes malade? Are you sick?
Gay.
Yeah.
G.
No.
J.
No.
Gay.
Yeah. What is that? What does that mean? Why is it spelled like that?
Nous sommes très tristes.
Nous sommes très tristes. We are really sad. Nous sommes très tristes. Tu vas dormir is almost the exact way you would ask that in Spanish too. Wait, really? Do you speak Spanish, Bishop? Did you take Spanish in high school?
Parce que tu voyages trop.
Parce que tu voyages trop. Because you travel too much. Parce que tu voyages trop.
Pourquoi sont-elles stressées?
Pourquoi sont-elles stressées? Why are they tired? No, stressed. Oops, why are they stressed? I was still on the fatigue. But the ending was worth it, so I was satisfied. Oh, that's good. That's good at least. Hopefully me and Ever get that ending soon. I have struggles.
Pourquoi sont-elles malades?
I have struggles speaking Spanish, but I can read, write, and understand it. Gotcha. You know, sometimes the hardest thing is the like active producing part. She's so fatiguée that she is struggling in her lesson. It's true. Je me sens très fatiguée. Pourquoi sont-elles... Okay. Pourquoi sont-elles malades? You... Okay, there we go. You is toi.
Toi.
Voiture is car.
Voiture.
Has to be. 16 is 16.
16.
Sir is monsieur.
Monsieur.
Sad is triste. Do you brush your hair?
Tu.
Is it brosse?
Brosse.
Tu brosses?
Te.
Cheveux.
Cheveux.
Cheveux. Is that hair? Tu te brosses. Oh, tu te brosses. Tu te brosses les cheveux. Okay.
Pourquoi sont-elles fatiguées?
Pourquoi sont-elles fatiguées? Nice.
Pourquoi sont-elles tristes?
Pourquoi sont-elles tristes? How come it
Elle.
doesn't register me saying elle?
Pourquoi sont-elles tristes?
Pourquoi sont-elles tristes? Je suis triste parce que tout va mal.
Mal.
Everything is bad. Triste.
Triste.
Elle est Is it stressée? Okay. Hello, Action Production. Welcome in. Good evening. How are you? We are getting through our French lesson for the beginning of stream, but we will be done very shortly. As you can see, we only have this much more left to go. Tu es malade? Je ne sais pas. Je me sens fatiguée. Had to reset my tabs right now. No worries. Sensei-san! Konnichiwa! Irashai! 今日の配信は少しフランス語勉強すると逆転裁判の私に新しいゲームです。Do they teach you how to conjugate verbs in Duolingo? Because if not, those fill in the blank ones are kind of mean. Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, which ones are the fill in the blank ones? I was really confused. Have you anything I say may annoy some of you? I just want to make sure that I won't get into any trouble. No, Action Production, it's totally okay. Don't worry. Sit potencia. So I don't mind keeping mine to myself. What does that mean? What does that mean, Bishop?
Pourquoi êtes-vous stressé?
Pourquoi
es-tu stressé?
Hold on.
Pourquoi êtes-vous stressé?
Pourquoi est... What? Et,
Vous.
tu, pourquoi et, non.
Pourquoi êtes-vous stressé?
Pourquoi êtes-vous stressé?
Stressé.
Êtes-vous. Êtes-vous. I was like, that doesn't look right. Okay.
Tu es stressé parce que tu travailles trop.
Of course, that's not correct. Tu es stressé parce que tu travailles trop. That's me, you guys. It's me.
Stressé.
Because my work sends me on too much work trips. Tu es stressé. Or, j'ai stressé parce que je travaille trop. In case you ask, I'm good. Oh, I have already asked action. I'm glad to hear that you're looking good. Oh. Tu es stressé parce que tu travailles trop. I did ask, and thank you for answering, Action. I appreciate it. My philosophy on language learning. Knowledge is power. Gotcha, I see. I never did any like Latin in high school. Kinda right. Et tu is the singular informal version of et vous. Yeah, I like 100% knew I heard vous, but I saw the et tu and I was like, oh, but that's confusing. Like that's not correct. But I did it anyways. And then I was like, oh, but there was an et like word separate from et tu. So that was my mistake.
Pourquoi sont-elles stressées?
Pourquoi sont-elles stressées? Why are they stressed? Not tired. Finish a bowl of bon lemongrass. Oh, bon lemongrass. Oh, that's delicious. I love lemongrass soup. Do you brush your hair?
Tu
te
te
brosses
brosses
les cheveux.
cheveux.
Tu te brosses les cheveux? Learning Latin is super useful for learning Spanish, English, and French. Gotcha. Because they're based on the same like root, right?
Pourquoi êtes-vous stressé?
Pourquoi êtes-vous
stressé?
stressé? Nice. Bum bum! Bum bum! We did it! We reached our daily goal. Alright. Now, we are done. On to the main event. And I'm gonna change our category now. It's going to be Great Ace Attorney. Okay, so I'm gonna move this here. I'm gonna take this. Whoops. I need to change my scene. I hope you love it. I hope I love it too. I'm sure I will. Like, I'm very, very sure I will love it, but you know, it also depends on what kind of story there's gonna be. Okay, so I need to shut off my music here. And we're going to turn the music on for this. Okay, is the music okay for you guys? It's not too loud? I like adjusted it a little bit before stream, but I just want to make sure it's not too loud. Objection! Okay, good. English is more of a mutt language, though, having a lot of Greek and a couple of other things thrown in there. Gotcha. Thank you for confirming the music. When it's like a new game, I just always have to make sure. Can I turn... There we go. Select adventure. New game. It's got an anime cutscene?
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far
Ooh, how
eastern
exciting.
island nation.
It's like Meiji era?
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by
What's objection in Japanese? Oh, igiyari. I think that's correct. Igiyari. Murder. Think about play visual novel mystery games.
But for one man,
Kinda
the
did one of the
turbulence of
Professor
that era
Layton.
was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
He shot someone. Never got a chance to because I'm afraid to make lots of mistakes. You know, mistakes are part of life. It's totally... Bienvenue au la carnaval. Hey, there's some French, you guys. Ace Attorney music is really good. I often put the AA orchestra version as background music. I know, I love the Ace Attorney series music. The main protagonist commits murder. You love this plot, Bishop? I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. I know you don't really remember the first AA games, but just be aware that these cases feel a lot longer than the ones in the OGAA. Oh, I definitely don't remember, so it'll be fine. This first case was so long I was not prepared. Oh yeah, it's no worries. But thanks for the warning. It's good to know. I honestly don't remember how long they were. I feel like the first one was like super short, no? Like it was like 10 minutes and then you go into like the jail and you meet Detective Gumshoe. This protag is technically an ancestor of Phoenix. Gotcha. Okay, I see, I see. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying accident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Okay, who is this cool guy? Hello? Why does he have, like, the coolest, like, wind going through his not hair? It is kind of cool history. It really is. Also, I'm not super in the way, right? I can move myself a little bit more, but I hope I'm not in the way of the text. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Mysterious wind just follows him around. Our bestie? You mean our bestie isn't... What was his name? Something Butts? I just remember his last name. It was Butts. It was really funny. Lawyer. Chrono, hello! Thank you for the resubscribe at tier 3. Amazing. Hello, welcome in. Good evening. How are you? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But... really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor, murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Kazuma is Maya. Oh, Kazuma is Maya? Oh, he's our new Maya princess. This game is not a one-to-one of the OG AA games. There is no Larry Butts in this game. But I loved Larry Butts. He was such a funny character, always getting into trouble. It feels like Maya. It kind of does. You might be right, Action. Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Yunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. I'm not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. Always found it weird introducing magic into the AA game series. I thought it was a little bit strange too, with Maya being able to talk to, was it Mia? Was her name? When she, like, at the very, didn't she, like, spoiler alert, like, you know? Have you played the previous Ace Attorney games? I played the previous Ace Attorney games, like, when they first came out, I think. It was, like, a really long time ago. I don't remember anything about it. Maya could be possessed by Mia, yeah. Yeah, that was it. The only characters I remember were, of course, Phoenix, Maya, Detective Gumshoe, Edgeworth. I remember there was like this really cute girl with the umbrella. And then there was the coffee. Godo? The only reason I remember him is he has a bomb-ass jazz theme song, which is like the best. I think I'll keep getting all the names of this. It's just confused, I think. You got AA on the game. Oh no, I don't think I got it on the Game Boy Advance. I got all the games on the DS Lite when it came out for those. A little more grounded. Incomprehensible wind aside. Phoenix's ex-girlfriend. Think of the characters. Can't figure out their names. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago? Yes, that's when all this started. I love the drama in this game. I'm very excited. Oh look, he's so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. Spoiler alert, isn't the girl with the umbrella Phoenix's ex-girlfriend who tried to blame him for the murder she committed? I don't remember, was she? She was just really pretty. I remember, like, I vaguely remember about her because she was pretty. And I feel like she played an important part in some plot, or maybe it was the murder? I don't know. It's complicated, yes and no. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. There we go. It's explained, you guys. He has a mysterious aura that just billows around him. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. She had a twin? Oh, was that what it was? She had a twin. Wish I had a mysterious aura. The then capes would always be worn. Hello? Hello, Crona. Welcome in. Are you back home from work? Are you driving home? I was typing in chat the whole time. We didn't see your chat messages, Chrono. I just saw your hello just now. Did you refresh or something? Your previous messages did not send. I don't know why Twitch refused to accept it. I don't know. Oh no. Twitch has been kind of weird recently. I heard Twitch went down for about like an hour yesterday or something. And it's just been causing like issues for people. I was like, Princess is ignoring me? I would never. What did I do? I would never. Did you hear I said thank you for the resubscribe? You could be thinking of the Sisters Phoenix Knows, but I don't know too much of the series. I was afraid I might not make it here considering what Twitch happened yesterday. Yeah, no worries. We're all good. I don't think there's been any other issues with that, so I think we're okay. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Partner! It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? I was afraid yesterday, but not today. All the dogs barking in the neighborhood woke me up because the coyotes decided to make an appearance. Oh, that's scary. Iris, the umbrella lady, also had a secret twin. It was a whole thing. Gotcha. This is like not ringing any bells for me. Oh, gotcha, by the way. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I read it wrong, no worries. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? I guess before we get started, who would ask Princess to represent them in court? This franchise is known for objection! Very true. Yes. Who would ask me to represent them in court? I bet all of you better be saying yes. I'm smart, capable, intelligent. I would study my ass off for your court case, you guys. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes! Yes, that's right! Have you passed the bar? I have not passed the bar! I could study for the bar. And see if I pass. Wait, in California, can you take the bar without going through, like, an accredited course? What can go wrong, am I right? Exactly, action. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumei University. Professor Mikotoba. Mikotoba. Mikotoba? I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. If you can, that's scary. I worry for your justice system. I mean, if someone gets past the bar from purely studying, good for them. Why waste all that money on law school? In 2021, only 4 states, California, Virginia, Vermont, and Washington, permit those aspiring to be lawyers to take the state's bar exam without attending law school. Oh, so California is a state that allows people to take the bar exam without going to school. Alright, guys. Pack it up. Guess I gotta go study. I gotta go study for the bar. Oops. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What do you mean, go study? Your study materials right here. You know what, show? You are absolutely correct. My study material for the bar is all in this game. That's all you need. It's just this game. This game specifically. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has chosen from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. British, hello, welcome. Thank you for the hydrate. That's right. Ace Attorney is renowned for its realistic depictions of law and court proceedings. You know, this is how I learned that in Japan, you are guilty before being, what is it? Before being proven innocent. They just treat you like you're a criminal. Hoi! Hello, British. How are you today? Don't mind me, you guys. I'm just eating some chocolate mousse from my fridge. Ace Attorney is the definition of real law. Absolutely. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not... Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Oh, I see. I thought he was gonna be like, you have to fall on the sword for your friend. British is great. I just had 2 students pass their instrument rating. I'm now truly a teacher. British, congratulations on your students passing their exam. That's so exciting when your students like take what you taught them and prove that they learned stuff in your care, you know? That's amazing. Congratulations to British And congratulations to British students. Throw yourself under the bus, Naruhodo, or you're a bad friend. Defendant! I keep clicking X. My bad. Sorry, you guys. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Damn, that's harsh. This is it. If this trial goes badly, thanks. I feel like I was more excited than they were. Oh, well, someone has to hype them up, you know? Kazuma dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence! The trial that would decide my destiny! Epic music cue. Nope. Just, setting text. How do you say that word? Supreme Court of Judicature? 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 I feel like it's judicature. That's right. Awesome. My English is so good, you guys. Even though it's not my first language. The first time was right. The first one's right. Never seen this word before. You can say, my English is so good. And use what? What, Chrono? Use what? What's quote 5 again? Shit, we playing Great Ace Attorney already. We just started. That's my boy. Asogi? Do you mean Asogi ever? Hello, welcome in, by the way. Look at Ryunosuke's like crazy eyes right now, you guys. His eyes are so crazy. So this is a courtroom. Mysterious
Ever
aura
is my
of-
greatest treasure, and also I still want to turn her little bird body into chicken nuggets and eat her.
Yes. Mysterious blowing wind. You got to admit, Kazuma is hot. Dude, he's so hot. He definitely is. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. I'm sorry. The ribbon is just so distracting. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. His headband blows dramatically, even in a closed room with no window. No, we learned this. It's because of his mysterious aura that he seems to always have wind billowing around him. Hello time! Oh, thank you for saying I'm awesome. I think you're pretty great yourself. His special power. The graphics in AA games have gotten so good over the years. It's true. Look at how good. Look at how good the game looks, you guys. The art is so amazing. Imagine everyone else had super cool powers, and yours is just make wind blow around your head. I wish I had a mysterious aura.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. I think I prefer how it used to be through the DS. I have only played the DS, so I mean, I only have that to compare it to. The 2D sprites have their unique charm. So cute. I love it. Sorry, I'm taking the last bite of my chocolate mousse here, so just trying to spoon every last bit out of the cup before. Like, if I could, I would lick this cup clean. It's so good. But I really like the 3D graphics too, especially the game is afoot parts. But I think the very first game had the best cornered and objection themes. Chocolate mousse. Yes, chocolate mousse. Big Sprite fan, but I like what they've done with the 3D models too. Gotcha. Oh, before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Oops. It went so fast. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who would advocate for his defense. This is not answering quickly at all. Get to work from home tomorrow because of the storm. Oh, that's awesome! Congratulations on the work from home approval. One of the reasons I like the GBA Fire Emblem games was due to its sprite. I haven't played them, but I can one day. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. Oh no, our best friend, of course I have faith in you! But I can't risk you not going to study abroad. You think I won't be able to get you? Sorry, my brain just went to a really naughty place! Your Fujo brains activated the moment you started. Oh, is it hot in here? You guys, it's just really hot in here right now. It's really hot. We're both good friends to one another. Okay, chat is not helping at all right now. It's really warm. End stream, end it all. Just two guys being really good friends. Best friends. Indeed, they were best friends. No, it's not that really. It's just that Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. If Princess's model had a blush function, she would be tomato red right now. It's true. I don't have a blush, but if I did, I would be so red. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Like, that would really make you blush. All of the follow-up messages is really what hammered it in. Naruhodo must, unfortunately, get himself off. See? Chat isn't helping, okay? Chat is just compounding this issue. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent. He's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Okay, that lean? That's a pretty attractive lean. Repeat after me. Princess is Seisho.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. I can read.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Princess is into the Asogi lean. I am! He's so attractive! I need to go clip that beard. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He is questioning your ability to do your job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. Ugh, I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. Who's the name of the victim? Wait, what's the name? Did I say that wrong? What's the name of the victim? Who's the name? Nope. What's the name of the victim? Who's the victim? Oh, imagine this being the bare minimum to assess legal counsel's competence. Wait, we learned in California, you don't need to go to law school to become a lawyer. All you need is to pass the bar exam. California is one of the 4 states that allows aspiring lawyers to only need to pass the bar exam. So now, I am on my way to studying to become a lawyer. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of RB. Got it. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. You just have to press RB for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. List of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with RB. You'll find the details about the victim in here. When you're done, press B to go back. You do gotta do your CLEs though. What the heck is a CLE? What the heck is a JD? I've played these games on Nintendo systems for so long, it feels almost sacrilegious to see Xbox buttons. I only have an Xbox controller for my computer. Juris Doctorate. Gotcha. And continuing legal education. Oh, I see. I see. We have Kazuma Asogi. Second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Eugene Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Although, in my experience, all the attorneys in my office just turn on a webinar on a computer and leave for the CLA. Fantastic! Great to know. If I ever need any lawyering help, I should probably look very carefully. Princess the most say-so VTuber. I don't know why you clipped that. It's so embarrassing. Love that the prosecutor's name is Aoji. And his parallel in the Phoenix Wright games is named Pain. That's really funny. Present.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil! You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. The commitment to the name puns in AA games is truly admirable. Very. Absolutely. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Partner! They were partners! I'm all best friends! And they never got married. They were roommates for the rest of their lives. Wait. History will remember them as partners. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. Sogi just called him partner. We just messin'. We are just messin'. Does everyone have a favorite pun name? I particularly really enjoy Detective Gumshoe because for me, like, I just, you know, he is kind of like that. Gumshoe. He's got gum on your shoes. Nothing bad has happened, except that I'm on trial for murder. It's about the only bad thing. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Detective Dick Gumshoe is very funny because it's just detective, detective, detective. Wait, why is Gumshoe also detective, and why is Dick detective? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was... Gumshoes is a slang for detective. Really? I had no idea. So is Dick? Oh, interesting. I had no idea. Oh, I learned something new. That's why he's called Detective Gumshoe. That's hilarious. That's actually really, really funny. Ryunosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. It's not a pun name, but I love Waki Kitaki's JP name. Takita Kitaki is just Taki Taki Taki. That's really funny.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. That, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
Did something bad happen just now? No, nothing bad happened. He's just on trial for murder. That's about it. Nothing, like, bad has happened yet.
You can clearly discern scorch marks around a bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
I said, by the way. Yes, no, I know. I know. A guy died? Yeah, a guy did die. I guess that's pretty bad. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Trying to clarify what I mean. No, nothing bad has happened. Just, you know, murder. The usual. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Also, fun fact, maybe not super fun for a lot of people, but in the Victorian period, people would take, people loved taking pictures, and Memento Mori was like a huge one. If you look at pictures from the Victorian era, you know, the time when someone died is probably the best time to take a picture because one, your family was probably really poor, right? So you couldn't afford to take pictures often, and like if you leave the body for a long time, obviously decomposition happens. So right when someone dies, it's like pretty much when families would take pictures so that they could remember like their family members by. And if you look at Victorian pictures, you can tell who the dead person is because they would be crystal clear in the picture because, you know, dead people can't move. And all of the other family members in the picture would be slightly like fuzzy or blurry because, I mean, as a living, breathing human being, you move. Even if it's just like breathing and like, you know, your chest is expanding, you know, your head kind of tilts around a little bit. But yeah, all of those movements make the picture just slightly blurry for you, but the dead person is completely clear because they're not moving. How do you like that fun fact? Thank you, British, for the hydrate. I did not need this knowledge. Well, I hope you enjoy. You should now go look at pictures from the Victorian period. I will be eternally creeped out when looking at Victorian photos. It's true. Just think how expensive it was back then to take pictures. Like, the only time people would spend money is when they had to, when their family member is about to be buried. When you said take a picture, I thought you meant like just snapped a photo, not took a whole picture. How do you know this? I don't know how I know this. That was kind of strange knowledge. I don't know how I know this, you guys. I just know it, okay? The things I watch and listen to just somehow have permeated into this knowledge sticking in my brain. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? Do you mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today. Not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah! Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Okay, I googled it. I hate this new cursed knowledge. How can you not trust me that you have to Google this? Did it just not sound reasonable enough to be true? But I'm glad that you verified it, because now you know I was correct. Kazuma will now assist in getting Naruhodo. InsideOutski, please. I meant I googled the photos. Oh, yes, you can see, right? There are like most of the family members are kind of fuzzy except for one or maybe two that are like just crystal clear. It's kind of weird. Very unsettling. You should always trust but verify out of curiosity, I guess. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. I didn't look it up, I'm just saying. The name of the game in QCQA.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnaval. I need a cough too, dude. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests.
He's got the tuberculosis. Oh my god. It's just like Typhoid Mary, except tuberculosis. He's patient 0.
This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
Man, the judge's beard is fucking wild, you guys. It's like he tied like 5 little ponytails around his chin. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. What the fuck? You idiot! I didn't shoot him.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Hello, princess. I thought I would leave this here for you. How do you teach kids about taxes? Eat 38% of their ice cream. Why pick up the weapon that is a possible weapon that killed said victim? I don't know, he's an idiot. Genius move, picking up the murder weapon. That's why he's a prodigy. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with the gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today?
Oh god. Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
Why would he pick up the gun? Thoughts being thunked. Because the murderer was still there and he wanted to protect himself, so he grabbed the weapon that was a murder weapon. No, that doesn't make any sense. It's still really stupid. Well, no, because then it would be self-defense, but then the gun would have gone off a second time. But it didn't go off a second time. No, there was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. There were 3 occupied tables when I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Surely shooting a second person with the same gun will absolve you of guilt. Is there like a second? There's no... Okay, hold on. We don't have anything. We can't. Do not interject. Wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have got into Yume University otherwise. Why is that lean just so attractive when he just like leans back, tilts his head, and puts his hands on his katana? He's like, I'm looking at you kind of disapprovingly. But you can't always follow the rules in life, you know. It's the titty pop. I guess it is. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings? I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No, the deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. We can't see anything because it's fucking circles and squares, okay? Like, how could you say that he was he was alone? Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem?
Hand the plan to the court officer at once!
Of course, here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record.
My guy, are you okay?
You need to see a doctor.
So, the court has now heard a precis
Of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court, but I must warn the defense if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial.
The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself?
Kazuma smolders disapprovingly.
It is a smolder.
He's smoldering.
The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Ugh.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced. Forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Aochi said, I can be your angel or your devil.
That is exactly what he said.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation. Nippon.
Iesa Nosa.
What kind of... I don't understand.
Iesa Nosa.
Oh, yes sir, no sir?
It sounds like yes sir, no sir. I see.
And conduct my trade from Dasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio korekutta at your service. Curio. Oh, Curio korekutta. I'm just like trying to figure out like what is this name supposed to be. I do speak Japanese and I'm super not getting these names. I was like, wait, Kyuryo like 9 something, Kore like I was thinking maybe it's like this, I bought this for 9 something. I see. Collector. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word of what that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel, I caught you! This is totally wrong! I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy!
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, so it was a different gun? Is this like before they had like forensic knowledge about matching bullets to guns? Hello, Ryu! I want to be like Kazuma. He's so cool. I kind of have a crush. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty.
Good, chillin'. Oh, good. Is work over for you? Did work just finish? I don't think old revolvers like that have ballistic patterns. Wait, really? I thought every gun, like every bullet that goes through a gun has some sort of ballistics. No? How does the ballistics work anyways? Like, when the bullet is shot through the chamber, like, it gets markings inside of the gun? I just got back from the gym. Hello, Evercell, Lady of Birds.
It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the trial. Why does he say yes instead of objection? What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection! The defense is exerting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant! Gulp. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. He just hasn't said it yet. He said it now! But it was Kazuma that said it, not Ryunosuke. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Like the smallest little smack on the table. All right then, it's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. Beef steak at the restaurant. Golden curio. Firearm was discharged. Cadet fired on the from the back. Absolutely not. You cannot. Shot from the front.
Yes!
What? What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination, thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! The smallest smack. There's a clear inconsistency here. I don't know what he says in Japanese during instances where Naruhodo says yes, but I think it's a bit of an awkward translation. In the fan translation I played before this was released officially, it was translated as sir. Do you remember, like... Do you remember what the audio said? Maybe it said, hi? And that's it's kind of like yes, but it's awkward because it's like hi is like kind of used to like get your attention or get someone's attention, so maybe. But it also means yes, like hi. Like if I ask, oh, do you want to eat the steak? I would say hi. That's it. You're right. Yeah. So it's like hi is like a word that means a lot of things. Usually a word that means yes, but it could mean other things to get someone's like attention. So it is kind of awkward. Like, yes, direct translation would be yes, but depending on context. Or it could also be like, it could be excuse me, but that's kind of long.
What nonsense? What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Huh.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
It's just like if anything is bad, you just say yabai. Everything is yabai. Oh, okay, also, but yabai can also be good. It's like, I like read something. The yabai zone. Everything is yabai. Good is yabai. Medium is yabai. Anything mid is not yabai. But anything like, have you guys seen the yabai chart? I have not. You should link it. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. But like literally, everything is yabai. Good yabai, bad yabai. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Good, bad, dangerous, cool, any adjective. Yabai. That's funny. Actually correct, though. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back. The cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir!
Yes!
But no, that just can't be! Yabai is like bread, so universal, so versatile, perfect for every occasion. I like read something, it was so funny. It was like, I think there was like a blog post or something about someone complaining like how young people use yabai, and it's like how it's overused now by the young people. You know, just boomers being boomers. I think I saw that. Yeah, like I don't know where I saw it, but I did see like a couple examples, and I was like, this is boomer talk right here. I understand. And why not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the print. Yabai is destroying Japanese literacy, and then the response to that was yabai. Oh yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. Yabai. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Is it a baby? Why is he bringing a baby to court? He is wearing a weird baby sling thing. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was proven. One thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. He's a dedicated father. Take your kid to court day. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Throwing your words right back at you. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Also, why is he just standing there with a katana? Like, why did he not disarm himself before coming to court? A turnabout, you say? An ace attorney, you say? But I definitely saw him! That university cadet there! He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back! But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. A man's katana is his soul. Did you not listen to what Kazuma said before? Wait, did he say that? I don't remember him saying that a man's katana was his soul. I must have missed it. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure?
Indeed, the Hoei era koban! My prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hoei treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. Oops.
The koban vanished?
Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed, I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day. The precious Hoei koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. If you take away his katana, his headband goes limp. Also, my dog is being so adorable right now, you guys. He's just like rolling around on the little round sofa that I have. Isn't that right, Hermes? Yeah, you're so cute. Look at you. Just giving me your belly. Oh, good boy. You're such a good dog. Yes, you are, you dog. I love you. This case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again.
You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir! At once, sir! Awaiting to signal to testify, sir!
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir! Name, Ido!
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido! Tension! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Oh, it's a really funny animation.
The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining, all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out!
One benefit of the 3D models, the animations are way more complex. Oh, that's true.
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already. Oops.
Enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Apple, hello, welcome in. How are you? Hello, hello. Good evening.
Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident.
That doesn't look right. Could it be that that chair is just covering up the bitten part?
As can plainly be seen, there is only one playset.
The night is good. We are playing some Ace Attorney, which is turning out to be quite fun so far. How's your evening?
Detective Princess, go back and forth, the same two pictures. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
You sound like Peridot from Steven Universe. Oh, just gotta make some silly voices for all the characters, you know, Apple?
This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Print of this crime scene has been entered into the court record.
I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman.
Day is frustrating. UPS delivered my package either to wrong house or didn't at all. Oh my god, that's so frustrating when you have mail package delivery issues. Also, Ever is right. The issue with AliExpress, they're probably not gonna refund me. Like, the tracking still shows it's in transit like 3 months later, and I'm literally like, AliExpress will not, like, huh? But can you explain how 2 months of like a delivery time is not sufficient to be like, hey, this is fucking lost in the mail? Like, I don't understand. Ask neighbors, they ain't got nothing. That sucks, Apple. I'm sorry. That was my biggest AliExpress package too. That was like $40. Like, I don't want to buy it again. That's so frustrating. Anyway, sorry, I'm being loud. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time, after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, InsideOutski, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. After it's shipped, it's the shipping company's responsibility a lot of the times. I tried filing a claim, but it didn't let me. Well, see, the frustrating thing is I went through USPS, which was the carrier that shipped it, and they are saying, just contact the vendor to get it resent or a refund. So I don't know, like, if USPS is supposed to cover the amount that they lost. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, what am I supposed to do? Am I like... Because obviously AliExpress won't refund me, so do I have to get a refund through USPS? How does that work? They have already closed the case. If it was insured. They don't want, no one is going to give me a refund at this point. Like, no, like the vendor won't give me a refund, the website won't give me a refund, and USPS won't give me a refund. So, and I don't know if the package was insured. Yeah, see? It's $40 just lost to the wind. Go through the bank and charge back on my credit card? They might close my account, like my AliExpress account. I don't want that to happen. I could do that. It's just really frustrating. I might do it just to be petty. We'll see. I've tried like multiple times to like file the issue through AliExpress, but the fact of the matter is they won't allow me to submit any evidence because I have the email from the carrier saying they've lost it, but I can't submit that to AliExpress anywhere. All they say is AliExpress needs more information, and I'm like, I have the information you need. I just don't know where to provide it. So at this point, like, AliExpress doesn't want to take my evidence. They don't have any customer support email or something? Nope. You file everything through AliExpress.com, and there's no way for me to, like, there's no contact button. There's no email button, like, on the dispute page. And so I'm stuck, like, trying to figure out where, like, there's just nothing. Like, literally nothing. Like, I'm going right now to my orders because this has been so frustrating for me, like, going through and disputing this issue. Yeah, they just say, we have not received sufficient proof. And I'm like, well, there's no way for me to like put in proof that I didn't get it. They're refunding only like a portion of it, but like it's weird. Okay, I just checked my order and they're only refunding like one of the items, but everything came in its own package. Like that's really confusing. They denied they denied like hold on, sorry, that was me. Okay, so some of them they're giving me the chance to, it looks like it finally opened up another thing for me to like submit some stuff. All he did was pick up a gun. What happened? Well, he picked up a gun right when there was a gunshot. And so, you know. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out because this is really important and I've been trying to settle this for the last 2 months. So I just need to, while I'm here, I might as well, why can't I print this email out? I need to print this email. Control P. Just going to do this real quick. Let's see. The service selected does not provide insurance. Okay, so that's why they can't provide anything. I can only get a refund on some of the items, it looks like. That's really frustrating. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Where the fuck did that document go? I just saved the document and now it's lost. Guys, I'm so confused. What the heck? Sorry, that was my Windows noise again. I'm just gonna figure this out while I very painstakingly go through this again. I downloaded this as a print. Where did it go? It went into my downloads. So why can't I find it when I upload it? Is it because they only take pictures? Okay, so then we need to take a picture of this. How do I, take a picture of this email and save it. Because for some reason, AliExpress only takes images as their proof. I'm gonna be so mad. I'm so freaking frustrated, you guys. Just pausing for another like 5 minutes while I get this figured out, because they closed this one too. I'm gonna, well, at least I can recoup, it looks like maybe 20% of the cost. So I don't want to I don't want to buy these items on AliExpress anymore, but AliExpress is the only place that, like, has everything that I want. Only place or the cheapest? Well, some of these stamps I haven't seen anywhere else. So this one is finished. That's $3, $2, $5, $2, $7.50 at this point. And this one is $8. Oh, okay. No, I'll lose only about like $8 because most of the money I think was in shipping. How does all that add up? Hold on, I'm stupid. How do I do math? $3 plus 2 is 5 plus 2 is 7 plus 230 is 930 plus 230 is 1160 plus 160 1320 plus 450 is 1770 plus 140 18 19 10 and then $17 in shipping, $1.49 in tax. Okay, I think I'm gonna get a majority of the money back. That's gonna just not gonna, at least okay, I'm just not gonna think about it now. I think we're good. We're good. We're good. AliExpress, isn't that a China store that sells knockoffs? No, it's just a marketplace. Yeah, like Ever said, it's just a marketplace for items. Yeah, I couldn't find it. Plus, that's the store I bought your bird stamp on that never came. Like the cute fat boar wax seal stamp. Anyways, back to the game. Sorry for the little sidetrack. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick. Understood? What about things you were talking about? I was not talking about the game. Yeah, no worries. I know.
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. Okay, I didn't see which one to raise an objection to. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Hold on, let me double check what we have here. Collar pin, post-mortem report, did not pass through the victim's body, shot from the front. What is this one? Restaurant's layout in the back. Wait, a sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. Okay. So our victim was here, right? I assume that's marking the victim. This is the front. So if he's sitting there... If he's sitting there and the picture was taken this way, there's no way there would have been tables here. He would have had to sit like here, right? For there to be tables in the back of that picture? That's what it looks like. Oh, but also, wasn't there 4 chairs? There's only 2 chairs here. Maybe the steak was poisoned. No, he was shot. He was definitely shot. The guy does have a baby with him, yes. Okay, let's go back. Pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I did myself see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. There's nothing there. The bullet was poisoned with lead. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Ooh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness's statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with LB. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right. I see. The important point is there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. And one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Okay, so we're gonna press this. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink.
Day and night, the lonely gamer frees her mind at night. Hello, Dima. Welcome in. How are you? It's been so long, friend. Hello. You mean a difference in an option of an innocent and a liar? Oh, opinion of an innocent and a liar. Dude, you're wearing glasses that cover your eyes. Check him out, playing some Friday Night Funkin'. Hello, Dima. How was today's stream? I think I put you on to lurk in the background, but how was it? Yes, he does have glasses that cover his eyes, so how the fuck are we supposed to see that he's blinking?
So there you have it.
Have what?
Tension!
The sound of the firearm rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korek-ta-san?
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was. That young lad in black, that much I did myself see. Friday Night Funky is cute with lots of waifus and catchy song tones. It was a good stream. I'm rusty, but more importantly, how's your stream going? Top tier game. It's going well. Our friend here, InsideOutski, was the one who did a game redeem and listed this game as what he wanted me to play. So, you know, we're going through it. It's pretty fun so far. I'm really enjoying getting back into Ace Attorney. I haven't played it in like years. The last one I played was the legitimate like last of the Ace Attorney series proper. I think it was the third game, the one with the coffee guy. That's all I remember. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at the point in time. But I've told you already, It's only because I picked it up off the floor. Trials and Tribulations. Yes, that's what it was. That's indeed the third. Yes, exactly.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant. Thank you for the head pat, Chiquinu. Welcome in. Hello, hello. It's been a while. Welcome back. Happy New Year. Hope you're doing well. That is indeed the third one, but now there are 6 games in the main series, plus these 2 for Great Ace Attorney. Oh goodness, that's a lot of games. I had no idea. Hey yo, it's Chiquinu! Right? One day Capcom will give us the Apollo Justice 2 game we so richly deserve. I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And exactly at that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears.
Huh.
Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Must lurk. Dima needs to work on stuff. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you for the lurk, Dima. I really appreciate it. Have a good evening. Good night. Howdy doodah and Happy New Year. Happy New Year. My Ace Attorney hot take is that Phoenix never should have come back as the main pro tag after Apollo Justice. Happy New Year. I feel like AA 5 and 6 were so Apollo centric, but they barely let you play as him. Oh, interesting. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. And yet, he got more screen time than the new female lawyer. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection! As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear.
Speaking of female lawyer, where is Edgeworth's sister? The last time we saw her was in the third game. Athena did get kind of the short shrift. Also sucked. Athena's an actual attorney and still got relegated to sidekick. I don't remember. She was in the third game, Edgeworth's sister? I suck at these games and haven't even gotten past the first game with the second trial thing. Oh no, Chiquinu! Franziska? I don't remember. I only remember Coffee Guy. And only because he has a sick jazz theme. She hasn't come back as a major character since the main trilogy. But she's in the Investigations games. Gotcha.
And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there'd been more people dining there at the time. Then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone. Franziska is like Edgeworth's sister in all but name. Speaking of Investigations, have you guys seen the video of Edgeworth's sprite running a dog show course? Please do.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report, Your Excellency.
I may not be a huge fan of this franchise, but I hope we see Franziska and more screen time for Athena in a new Ace Attorney game. I have a feeling I know exactly what dog show course video. I'm gonna pull this up, but I will mute it. and I will watch it later. You should watch this on stream. We can... Okay, wait, let's flip to this one here. Let's, whoops. We're gonna pause that for a second. We're gonna go here. Does that look okay? Let me adjust this on stream. And I need to mute this. Alright, this is the Edgeworth. I'm gonna keep this up. Just gonna make this bigger here. Alright. Edgeworth runs a dog race.
We just can't wait to go.
What in the world? Who did this? Who made this happen? Who did this? He's zooming. He's going so fast. Oh, Edgeworth has some cake, you guys. Did you see his butt? Oh my god.
Objection!
I see. That's what you're taking away from this? Yes, he has a booty. Alright, you guys. I hope you also enjoyed that as much as I did. Edgeworth is sipping on tea on the seesaw is so funny. That was pretty good. That was really good. Thank you for finding that, Ever. He was speed running toward the objection. Got it.
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to the restaurant.
Hotta Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple.
You're welcome. It was the perfect intersection of the game series you're playing and dogs. Love it. Absolutely love it.
The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Ask for it to be submitted, of course.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Any additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. A Hotta Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korikuta-san.
And you're a guy who's too overconfident without trying his best to show them guilty and just say they are guilty here and there. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. We can't read it? Okay.
Yes!
So, you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in.
So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before, it's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the English black uniform cadet, blah 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 blah. Why aren't you telling the truth?
What did you say, cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use your right trigger stick To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Sputnik, hello, welcome in. How are you? Hello, hello, happy new year, friend. By using left. Okay, so it's like a cursor. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use blah 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 to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Required for every visit. It says Hotta Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life! Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. First real day off in a month starts now. Oh, congratulations! Have a good day off today. Is all of this just the Hotta Clinic? Oh, it is. Okay. Required for every visit. Dentist. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why, with a family doctor, I imagine. What's that saying? Idiots don't catch colds? Why do people say that? Same, Sputnik. Why do people say that? I don't know. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient, with a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. All of this is tagged. Okay. Let's look at the most recent one. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. He's kind of not wrong there. I'm a healthy dum-dum. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Oh, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. He's not allowed to eat foods that require lots of chewing, and steak requires lots of chewing. Is that correct? Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. I wish I had a smug expression, because I would be so smug right now. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Cool. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay, so... Wait. Okay. So I need to present here this. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry. Blah, blah, blah. Extraction of molar. Topical anesthesia. You mean no food and drink for 2 to 3 hours? Yes, we've gone through this. Yes. Okay, please. We don't need all of this. Oh. Wait, am I supposed to present this? I'm confused. Oh, present. There we go. Wrong button. Well, I think, oh, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right, and thanks for the advice. Law practice in Japan seems brutal. It does. Also, being a criminal in Japan, or even being suspected of a crime in Japan, is quite dangerous. Korekuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have been doing before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who... The medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotta Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. Hello, son. Hello. Welcome back. How are you? No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No! That can't! Korekuta-san. What, boy? What? I like how Prosecutor Aochi didn't pay off the witnesses or falsify evidence. He's just calling us a dumb bitch when he's the dumber bitch. Thank you for the hydrate show. Lots of water. That's what you get for not reviewing evidence. Very true. It's truly what you get. As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Oh, he finally made a big slam! But that cannot possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner. Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Use your head. It's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Oh my god, Kazuma. It's so cute watching Princess jamming out to the music. It's some good music. Why does that guy have a katana in a courtroom? Sputnik, I asked the same exact thing. And both Inside Out and Ever have been like, a man's katana is his soul. It's the music when badass moments go down. Very true. Very true. Or in this case, up. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Huh? Yes, most definitely! So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on the new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what we're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only be someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. Pictured beefsteak sounds not that good. Pictured beefsteak sounds very good. I don't know what you're talking about, Sputnik.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, you're so attractive right now.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand! What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Why not? Government in stories are not good people. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurikuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue.
Fools, back in the corner, they bladder it out. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
It's like the weakest little slap, and he looks at his hand like he expects it to make a bigger sound, and it cracks me up every time. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut?
Well,
That's classified! So, you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't! This can't be happening! Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had anything about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, I'm currently looking at a pic of a giant round chicken, and she is glorious. You know what? You should totally post that in chat, because I think Ever would love that. Ever loves round borbs very much. Any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers! If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you, the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. Had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god.
Oh my god, look at this round chicken. It's so round and fat. Lady Henry Trescu. Oh my god. Ever, are you there? Ever? Can you see this brown chicken? Do you see it? Is she here? I don't know. She's round and ready to be hugged, bro. My accusations are always very firm. I see.
I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Wait, so we should examine these. Pectoral ballistic trauma, single bullet fired at close range, no exit wound. John H. Wilson. Okay, so what about this? Can't really examine anything. Oh. It's this guy. It's the waiter. He's Chief Inspector Satoru. Well, that's unexpected. I thought he said it was his business card. His personal business card. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Okay, so that's the name we're supposed to shout out. That's sus. I think everything else is fine. This music is so intense and giving me trauma. Every time I present evidence and this music doesn't stop, I die a little. It's Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
If he truly were...
Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Bam! Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it, in fact, the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well... Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once! Of course, here you are. Is the Imperial Police like the Royal Mounted Police, as in they're only Imperial by name? I think so. I mean, back in the Meiji Restoration era, there was still, they were still having to balance, like they were trying to westernize Japanese society, but at the same time, there was also very much still, like, the Emperor is, like, the ruler of the country. That didn't change until, like, after World War II. So, like, 1945. And I feel like this is set in the Meiji Restoration period, which is, like, around the 1900s. Like, early 1900s. Extremely dramatic soundtrack here. Very dramatic. Very exciting. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working in a restaurant as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence... Sorry. Presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Oh, so because they didn't want to accuse another British person, they were going to accuse one of their own countrymen of murder. I see. Very sus people here. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect. Sorry, Hosonaga. It's either we accuse her or we die. And I choose not to die. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! It's kind of messed up. It's not kind of messed up. It's hella messed up. Super duper messed up. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector! Okay, yeah, it's hella fucked up. Mess up. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. I love Japanese game ideas of European names. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Nothing will get in my way, not even internal bleeding! Good, then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. He must have, like, some kind of illness, tuberculosis or something, I'm not sure, you know? Well, we don't know yet. We haven't seen anything. Save, yes, of course. Save here. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb! Oh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. Terrifying! If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. You were yawning, your model's mouth open, and I thought you were muted! I worked with tuberculosis patients at the hospital. Oh no, that's rough. But I mean, as long as you have, well, we do have treatments now, yeah. As long as you're like, it's like if you get vaccinated, you won't catch tuberculosis, right? Is that what it was? TB? The TB shot? Or am I thinking of tetanus? I'm not 100% sure. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. You gotta get a recall shot when you get to work in a healthcare environment. It's like good for 10 or 20 years. Oh, I think I got my shot when I was a baby. I probably need to get revaccinated or boosted. Probably need a booster. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, I'd be scared of monkeypox if I was in the US. I'm scared of everything, you know? Scared of 100% of things. Yeah. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Oh, so he knew immediately, kind of, who to pin the blame on, I guess. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotova. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Intrepid, thank you for the toy bone. Hello, welcome in. How are you? Oh, okay, good night. I guess you were lurking then. Let me give you a little tuck into bed. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Sweet dreams! Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference, lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? Also, I don't know if Ever's still here, but when I hear Kazuma, have you guys ever seen Yakitate Japan? It's like an old anime about baking, and I was like, every time I hear Kazuma, I just think Azuma Kazuma. Okay, that's my little thing. What about salty dreams? Wait, never mind, leaves. Sweet dreams, I said, not salty dreams. I don't know how your dreams would be salty, like you're sweating too much? Huh, so that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Fades into the distance? Well, you can do that if that's what you'd like, but you're welcome to stay as well. I hope you have a great night, Intrepid. Best of luck! Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. I like how Kazuma's hairband is constantly being blown by unknown winds. Oh my god, we all have commented on his billowing, like, ribbon strands, and I'm just like, how does this man have this wind just always around him? It's hilarious. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous. Ooh, I don't know why I'm so yawny tonight. I'm not even like, I don't feel sleepy, my body wants to yawn. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of our situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Carbine, hello, welcome in, how are you? Either that or the hairband ends are being controlled by wires connected to a battery source within the headband, so it looks like it's being blown by wind. You know, that's a hilarious suggestion that no one has offered yet. So thank you for putting that imagery into my head. Because that's really funny. Carbine, hello. How are you? How is Sky? Welcome in. Well said, Ryonosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Hairband conspiracy theory.
Yes. Your Excellency.
Wow. Why is she so...
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
It's a lot. This guy's sleeping like a baby. Oh, it's bedtime for Birdie. The birdie isn't going weep, weep, weep. It's bedtime for Bird. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman at the restaurant! Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Excuse me? Am I supposed to be able to read this bullshit? I'm doing. She had Bird on head! Carbine quickly distracted by Bird. You heard her. I, in fact, heard her but did not understand her.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Anyway, I'm feeling a bit better than I was the other day. Oh, good! So, has your, like, throat been better? I know you said you were having, like, a headache, too. Has that subsided? Simp. Ouchie, I mean. No, totally a simp. I get it. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Oh, I think she's speaking Swan. I didn't know Swan spoke in cursive chicken scratch. Yoshi-san, konnichiwa, irashai. Akemashite omedetou gozaimasu. She says, yes. That was not exactly what she said, I think. I'm not as sensitive to light now, so I can watch the stream as long as I have the brightness down. Oh, that's fantastic, Carbine. I'm really excited. I'm glad that you're feeling better, because I know how it feels when you're feeling sick, and it's no fun. Are you taking the rest of the week off from work? Are you just resting? So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. That's sus, lady. We didn't do this. You know we didn't do this. It was probably you. It's kind of the plan. I also kind of have to, because I'm still loopy from all the antibiotics and whatnot. Oh no. How long are you going to take off? Just the rest of the week? Or are you also taking a couple days off next week as well?
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. How's this gonna happen? Is she going to say something and then he's gonna translate? Yes, that's exactly what's gonna happen. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument.
Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. 3 sentences. That's all we have.
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Oh, but he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. That is so false! Do you see the bustle on her booty? Okay? Let me tell you now. The ladies back in the Victorian era, they had pockets. They had lots of pockets. They had secret pockets. They had shadow lanes, okay? They had a lot of places where they could hide a gun! The swan is the gun, you fool! Objection, sir. He's annoying. Yes, maybe the swan was the gun. Hiding in plain sight. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Oh, that's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress! Okay, don't do that, okay? But we can figure this out. I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. She's smirking. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Press every single fucking statement. Here we go. Arranged to meet for a slightly light luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
No.
Ugh.
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems, so it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
Carbine says, I'm gonna start winding down for the night. It's 1:30 in the morning and I'm pushing my luck. Good night, Carbine. Thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna give you this little tuck into bed. I hope you have some sweet dreams
Don't let the bed bugs fight. Bye. Good night. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Thank you for wishing Carbine nighty-night, Chickinu. Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered a beefsteak for myself. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotta Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? Have a good rest of your stream and don't stay up too late, chat. Thank you, Carbine. I appreciate you so much. Rest well, and I hope that, you know, by tomorrow you're feeling loads and loads better. You're always welcome to hang out here, you know? But, you know, I hope you're able to rest well. That's the most important thing. Drink lots of fluids, eat some soup, and lots of sleep. It's key to getting your body into tip-top condition. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Because there's only one glass there. Yeah, that makes sense. May you have the sweetest of dreams.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us what is this profound bearing?
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Like, the disappointment that is just radiating off of this man, you guys. It is, quite apparent. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor, and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Whoa, the headband actually stopped blowing just then. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. I've been a lawyer for like 3 hours. Dude, give me a break! Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Yunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae?
Yes, we are! It's so important, you stupid prosecutor.
A possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case.
Objection!
It's an inconsistency, duh. Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady just say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I hadn't been there at all, she's saying. But then she would have felt the compulsion or impulse to hide her plate too, no? Like, there's no way on the spot she thought, yes, it will look like this one person's eaten if I take just his place setting. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Sorry. There.
As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please. Clearly the mastermind. Hello, Creed. Hello, hello. How are you?
We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd!
No, really. So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Well, good to hear, Creed. Say hi to your doggo for me. Give her, right? Sunshine? Give her some pets? Some scritches? It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Oh yeah, a small handbag that could have carried a gun. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch, commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Yes, I'll give Sunshine plenty of scritches, yes! Goal. You are contributing to my 2023 New Year's resolutions, by the way, Creed, which is pet more dogs. And if I pet dogs by proxy, that counts.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. Yes, but if she has a freaking handheld pouch, it means she has space for a gun, you guys, you stupid idiots. I think henceforth, we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. No, I need that submitted into evidence as a statement. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No, absolutely not. I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry bags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Ms. Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor? Ouchie.
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh, wow, he's coughing. He's coughing a lot. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. Her dress reminds me of the stepsister dresses in the Disney Cinderella movie. So much junk in that trunk. Very true, show. It's got the... I don't know what it is, but one of these days, I'm gonna make myself a Victorian bustle dress, and it's gonna be amazing. And I'm gonna have, like, booty for days, apparently. It'll look great. Very normal to cough up blood like that. Yes, very healthy. To go completely normal. You know, the doctor just says a little blood. What's the harm? I like how the one dude is ready to pull his katana out at all times. A man's katana is his soul creed. We've heard this 2 times today already. He needs it with him. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Ms. Brett's handbag. Okay, but if it was immediately after the shooting, it means that she could have been holding the fucking gun or hiding the gun on her purses. Just because it's not in her purse doesn't mean she can't stash it in her fucking bird hat, okay? Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ugh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilty here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once! Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. Hold on, I need to review. But there was no chair there. I'm so confused. If he was sitting in this chair, then the chair would have been on the left, but there's no picture. Asogi is down to clown. You see the chair? It can't be the chair across the table. It has to be like 90 degrees, like 90 degrees from it, not all the way across. Oh, you see the answer? What is this? Why does he have that mark on him? Shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. Carbonated water, steak lunch can be seen. Shot from the front, subsequently died. What is the answer? Army sergeant of the Empire of Japan who witnessed the incident, owner of Rasute, hunting for a lost Hoenn-era gold Koban coin at the time of the incident. Just a medical student. Okay. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice.
His batteries ran out in his headband.
A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. The headband is tired, you know? Sometimes it just needs a break. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
The headband is limp. Things are looking dire. Asogi isn't gonna get Naruhodo off like this. Ever! It's his inner spirit. Like a cow lick on anime characters, is only alive and flowing when he's happy. Look, he's gotten a little bit energized, and so now it's coming back alive. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me, I merely... Wait, Your Excellency! Ryunosuke... I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
The mind is willing, but the headband is limp and bruised. A proper hand slam! Exactly. Phoenix theme.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
That is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
Hey yo, here we go! He's starting to believe. His confidence is growing. It is. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution has become tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
I know this is how all AA games go, but if my lawyer was scrambling at straws and always close to getting a bad verdict, I would fire him. I would apologize to the courtroom for bringing him here, and then just accept my verdict. No show. I would go kicking and screaming. Like, I am completely innocent. I didn't do this. How dare you all? No apologies from me. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. Is it the weird smudge on the wrist? Fired for facilitating dramatic tension. Damn.
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. What do you expect? Aochi is an overconfident asshole who did the developers make sure we hate. Should be that smudge on his wrist. I feel like that's what it is. Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. 1 second. It just says he's a visiting professor. Shot from the front. It has to be the smudge on his wrist. Or some kind of birthmark? Aochi is hilarious because it's always the same design for the prosecutor's first case. Same design, same personality, same loser behavior. Boba, hello, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. You will identify for the court where in this print we have this significant detail to which you have alluded. It has to be... Oh. No? It's not so easy. It won't light up for me, huh?
Yes!
It has to be this. Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea where the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. I think I know where that mark came from then. I think my detective brain is turning. I returned from my nap. Hello, welcome back from your nap. I cannot believe you were able to nap this late at night. What? Where did that burn come from? I don't know. I don't know. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. We're in a fucking criminal case. You cannot leave for lunch with the dean and staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now, but napping is great. I mean, napping is great. How long did you nap for? How was your nap? Was it a pleasant nap? Was it, you know, a restful nap?
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe that this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. The moment someone say that it's guilty, it was like 2 hours, was very satisfying. Gotcha. Well, that's good. We love satisfying naps. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case? Then you would allow it?
I would.
Yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. The series always tries to counter us in every way. It's very true. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the burn victim, or victim's burn, and this trial. Why is Edgeworth running in a dog race? Wasn't it funny though? Wasn't it absolutely funny? Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistical. Bullet did not pass through the body. Because he's going for gold. Speed running towards an objection, of course. Nothing is showing me. The shape is so weird. Oh, right there. That has to be it.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him! Thanks for the nice inside out. But in photographs, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a while longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. Jake says, "Shut up, Ouchie! It's called creating suspense!" What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
It right here, you idiot.
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate?
Your Excellency! Are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess that it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! The emblem on the plate. It wasn't the flowers? And the victim's burn. Blind fool! Are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not.
That's a hot-ass plate to brand a dude's wrist. Yeah. I mean, those plates come out like sizzling, I think. As Princess calling herself genius.
It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Ouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. Some of the metal plates in Vietnam are so thin, it can cause a bit of pain. Should know because my dad brought some from his trip to Vietnam and it hurt. I know that some of the, I know Korea also uses metal like bowls and cutlery and stuff. And they get really hot when they come out, like to serve stuff. I know street food in general, like sometimes the plate it's served on is like super hot and fresh. After you use them to heat up, too sorry. No worries, no worries. Don't worry. There was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. That is oddly specific information, Hosonaga. How and why do you know that? At 90 degrees centigrade, it takes 3 seconds. What if you don't feel pain? What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would have, without any question, heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Ouchi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
Creed says that's about how long it takes you to brand something. Oh. Awesome, thanks. Great new knowledge, just like Victorian pictures. Great new knowledge that I just love to have in my brain, just swimming around. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. What? How? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... Oh. Was already deceased? You're welcome. Then you somehow have a numb body to resist the pain of the heat, which I'm jealous. Honestly, so you won't get hurt by anything hot. I know a lot of people who have a high pain tolerance actually have to live life a little bit more carefully because they can't sense pain. They don't know when something becomes too dangerous for their body, like whether it's too cold or too hot. They have to always be checking in with themselves to make sure that they're not in a situation that could cause like irreparable harm to them because they can't feel it, you know? Was he already dead? No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Wait, I don't get it. How? When? Not when he was shot. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. Can you imagine him just being asleep while getting burned, like when he wakes up, just whoops, 3rd-degree burns, because I gotta go take myself to the hospital. Didn't notice that when I was sleeping, somehow slept through the pain. I was right, it was poison steak. He couldn't eat though. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Poison in the cup, though. Action. Maybe there was poison in the water? Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. Yes, but I remember. Yes, because in the beginning, they said that the coroner did not do like a thorough, they didn't cut the body up and examine everything. So like the coroner only observed the body. And so if he was poisoned, and that's why she took the cup on the professor's side, because her table setting was perfectly like set with the food and the cup. Because if she took her own cup, it would have been the cup across from her that was left on the table. That was my thought too. Maybe the princess is detectiving so hard right now. I am detectiving so hard inside out. So many thoughts being thunked and possibly debunked and then taken to the trunk.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly, he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? Oh dear.
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Everyone is speechless? Racist bitch. Very true.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen.
Not when you're a cold-blooded murderer.
So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you, all on your own level.
The intense cursive when she says the Queen's English is cracking me up. How do I do a British accent? There's no way I can read her text in a British accent, huh? The swan hat is the mastermind. It's like Ratatouille. First we had a rat, and then we had a raccoon, and now we have a swan. Don't do a British accent. They had to make the words look fancy, didn't they?
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify, in your own words, about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally getting to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. There's no way I can do a British accent. I'm just gonna, like, fall hard on my face. It's not gonna happen.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot.
What about a Scottish accent? Nope, no way.
If there's some other way a man's life
Is there a typo?
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yep, typo. Called it. Okay, should we contact Capcom and be like, you have a typo in case 1 in witness testimony about the time of death? That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady.
Actually, isn't Capcom almost famous? Also famous for misspelling? I'm not sure. I don't know a lot of Capcom games.
And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
A Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. There were some pretty infamous typos in the original DS trilogy that were subsequently fixed in later releases. Gotcha. What just happened? Well, she put her testimony out, and now we're about to do a cross-examination. We have to examine her words carefully. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The first trial seemed to be more intense at the start, you know, before a later one comes around. Yeah, this game's first trial seems to be, like Sho said, it is taking a lot longer than I feel like it usually takes. Because I feel like I was able to get through the first trial within like the first hour for most of the games. I don't remember them being this long because it's like a tutorial on how to go through and like cross-examine, present evidence, but I don't remember it taking this long. Bro, that sounded like it hurt. He slapped his face.
Yes!
Pressing. Press. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What?
Yeah, what fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady's absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Shut up, dude! Well, I can't.
Anyway,
This is how you lose? This is absolutely not how I lose. Alright, let's do this. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although,
Although...
whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. In a lot of the newer games, the first trials function as tutorials at first, and then transition into long, important cases. Gotcha. Okay, okay.
Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us, and as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been from the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
No, it's because you don't do an autopsy. He could have been poisoned. You don't know. You didn't examine the contents of his stomach. You didn't cut him up, weigh his organs. Most of the trials are freaking intense. I guess maybe some are the weakest, but whenever a trial happens, it always put me in an intense mood. Like, the first trials in the old games were mostly standalone things, but like in this game, the first trial establishes a lot of things that are going to come up again a lot. Gotcha. Okay, okay. Dude, be quiet with that part. We heard like 1,000 times. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right. Ugh. Didn't call up his spirit and kindly ask how he was killed. Oh yes, I know. I completely understand. No worries, I know. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken, please do show me. Without leaving a trace?
If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady, and as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt you only looked at it. Incompetent police and incompetent investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, distant countries' inferior invasive techniques wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British... Oh, sorry.
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Inside Out laughing at me for messing up the voices.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Professor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? How do I press on that item about the way that they examine their crime scenes? Or like even the body, the autopsy? Sorry, just drinking some water. I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There's one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time, if you think so, but this time instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again, I think it counts as evidence, so then you would present it, no? Would I present the cup? Okay, so this one.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, blah blah blah, countrymen investigate, isn't that the end of it?
Right. The carnival is open for business as usual. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction...
There. How do I press that? Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? The moment we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Inferior? What do you mean by that? Oh, I'm super racist. Oh, this. I keep forgetting you're in the tutorial still, so you haven't learned everything yet. Yes, I'm still in the tutorial. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker and focus on the detective, then pursue him and see what's going on in his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
There. There it is. Okay, so pursue.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Huh?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Well, slap.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. I think it was InsideOutski who said this, but it truly is sacrilegious seeing Xbox controls instead of Nintendo ones. Yes, it was him that said it. I'm playing this on Steam, you guys, and I only have an Xbox controller connected to my my PC. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I know this is a game tutorial, but I can just imagine Kazuma giving you this advice in real life. There's this fascinating thing you can do. Turn your head slightly to the right, and you can amazingly ask the person there a question. The power of head movement. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world.
The time is coming, I guarantee it! I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
Carbonated water has been added into the court record. Carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. How do you know it's the same bottle? What if he added stuff? True, Chrono. Very true. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Hello all, how is the lawyering going? Hello Blurnecko, the lawyering is going great. In 40 hours after I finish this game, approximately, I will be ready to take the California bar exam and become a lawyer myself. How are you doing? Happy New Year. I hope you're having a good first week of the year. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Okay, wait, so... what can we look at? Carbonated water on the murder victim's table. Really, nothing we can... The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask! You could just say that you don't know. Is that it? I think that's it. Going to have to refuse your representation. My week is okay, I guess. Back to work. Oh my god, I know, right? It's back to work this week and I'm so exhausted. I'm like so sick and tired of it. I don't want to be back to work. Everyone asks like so many questions and it's so like tiring. Yep, they're friends, all right. Professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. New evidence! Excellent work, Ryunosuke. I never even thought of pursuing another witness over the current witnesses' statements. That was a great idea of yours, Kazuma. Well, it was all thanks to you noticing that the detective had reacted strangely to what the lady was saying. I never have guessed he had all that bubbling away under the surface. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed at around the time the steak was brought to his table, and by some means that left no physical trace on his body, if we could just demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens. Do we present the bottle or do we present the glass that she was hiding in her purse? And also, for those of you who haven't shared yet, what are your New Year's resolutions for this year? Please share with me. Some other way with please do show me. I feel like it has to be this. The water? The new evidence we got? Otherwise, why else would we have gotten this new evidence? You keep surprising me as if you're some kind of main character. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! Order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence, you little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
I stopped doing New Year's resolutions because I never stick to them. Can't disappoint myself if I don't have expectations in the first place. You know, true. But I'm the kind of person who will make resolutions, and even if I don't achieve them at the end of the year, I'm like, okay, well, it was nice to dream for a year like that was possible, and then I move on and make new resolutions. My goal this year is to draw more and get experimental with my art. I'm gonna be working on my senior thesis very soon, so I want to really improve on my art and stop being lazy with it. Ooh, good luck with that. That sounds really exciting. My New Year's resolution is the first one, which is additive. I'm gonna pet more dogs this year. And you know, like, not be shy about going up to owners and asking like, hey, can I take a picture of your dog and can I pet your dog? The other resolutions have to do with streaming, which is trying to make more like short video content to put on like YouTube and TikTok so that it can direct people back to my Twitch. And probably, you know, just more followers. Maybe like instead of 600 by the end of next year, I'll get like 1,200. Who knows? If we double it next year, I think that would be pretty great. But yeah, I'm trying to shoot for, you know, like reasonable goals. Good for you. Pet more doggos, and I shall pet you. Thank you for the head pat. I love head pats. I kind of forgot you had a TikTok. I also forget that I have a TikTok. I'm gonna be honest, I don't use that thing, like, ever. I only use it on my desktop, and it's like the most inconvenient way of browsing TikTok. Which is great for me. I don't get addicted to it, you know? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever for this disgraceful...
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? Did you play the original Ace Attorney games? I did play them, but I played them like ages ago. Maybe like on my DS Lite. I played them when they were out on DS, like ages and ages ago. I barely remember anything. I kind of talked about it earlier in stream, but the only thing I remember is there was the two sisters, right? Maya and Mia. One of them died. And then there was like the really cool coffee guy with the jazz theme. And then there was like a really pretty girl with an umbrella. And that's about it. Oh, and Larry Butts. Oh, wasn't there like some kind of samurai guy? That's all I remember. I don't remember anything about the story or anything. Of course, Edgeworth, right? But like, I don't remember anything about the stories or anything else. Godot and the fragrance of coffee. Yes, that's what it was. Fragrance of dark coffee. The jazz of that theme is so good. So good.
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. That's because the poison, I bet you the poison was in the glass and not in the bottle. Show says, of course you remember the moody gay lover. I guess a New Year's resolution is to learn how to taste coffee properly. My gosh, every time I think the case is almost over, it just keeps going. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! 5 hours in, still on the tutorial.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
Not yet. You took a glass. But of course, my dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Never trust the British.
I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. 5 hours? What is this? The intro to Kingdom Hearts 2? Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit. Except British Isles. British, the user is quite trustworthy and apparently a very great flight instructor. His 2 students passed his test recently, and you know, we're all proud of that.
I'm done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Yes, present the cup. Present the cup. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
We need to hear Swan Hat's testimony. Please wait.
Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistance to the defense.
Mikotoba? Who dis? Oh dang. Kind of like the way they make the English woman feel foreign in a game translated into English. It's a really, like, they did it really well, I think. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued. Well, it is also midnight, so I think you guys, we're gonna have to get to the conclusion of this trial next time, which we will be scheduling next week. Nap time number 2. Time for bedtime. What are you talking about? Not nap time. Okay, you guys, we are 5 hours in, and I cannot believe the tutorial is still not done. But this has been fun. I really enjoyed it, and all of the voice acting is very exciting for me. I know, I quite enjoy all the reading back and forth. It's quite exciting. And like trying to figure out a voice for each character, you know? But yeah, who should we drop you off in? Let's see. We have let's see. Is there anyone playing in this category that is not too ahead of us? No, I don't think so. Man, I came in late in the trial, but now I'm clucking hooked. You'll, you know, come back next week, and you know what? I'll probably do this every, probably like Tuesday or Wednesday, because those are the days I don't have like a deadline at night to like hop off. Usually midnight is like the cutoff, just because I have to get to bed for work. But yeah, like check the schedule. It might be either Tuesday or Wednesday next week. Yeah. That was fun. Inside Out, thank you so much for the game redeem. I am quite enjoying this. We will definitely be finishing this game either this week or not this week, this month or next month, depending on how many hours it takes us to get through everything. Of course, Action. It was nice of you to be here. I'm glad that you enjoyed being here. I want to say, let's see here. Thank you to Chrono for the resubscribe. Always appreciated. And thank you guys for hanging out in chat. Action, Inside Out, Chiquinu, Chrono, Blurneko, Show. I think there was also Apple stopped by earlier, and so did who was it that came in and lurked? I know Ever came by, Creed as well. I think maybe Sorens was here. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming in, hanging out. British was also here. Really appreciate you guys. That was a long trial though, mostly lurk here and there, but still nice to be here. Of course, Action, I really appreciate it. Let's see, what friends do we have on? We have Annie, Gunny, Kohai. Best Dad Tuber is on. Oh, you know what? Let's see. What are these recommended channels? We have someone playing Crisis Core, Sonic the Hedgehog. What's unpacking? Someone's unpacking some figures. Let's see here. Dragon Quest. Interesting. Maybe this lady, hold on, I'm gonna turn off my desktop audio so that I can listen, just to make sure she's not so like crazy. Oh, I feel like she's about the same level as us. All right, let's send a raid over to her. Let's make a new friend today, you guys. Guys, if you have a subscription, copy this sub message, this raid message. We're gonna go over to her channel. If you don't have a sub, we still have these cute global Twitch TV emotes that you can use. They're absolutely adorable. Please use them because I love dogs, okay? Dogs, dogs, dogs. Dogs are the best. And with that, I'm gonna be starting this raid off. Let's go to, her name is Slump Neko. Don't know if it's going to be crazy or sus, so I apologize if it is. But she's playing like this unpacking game, and it looks pretty chill and cozy, so maybe it'll be like a nice chill stream. All right, you guys, as always, please be happy, please be healthy, but most of all, please be kind. Be kind to others, because you never know what a smile, hug, or hello can do for someone who's having a bad day. And please be kind to yourselves. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you are getting up and walking around every so often, because, you know, we don't want you to develop an embolism either in your body or your legs or, you know, your head. That would be sad. You might die, and I would be really sad if you died. And now I'm thinking about it, and I might cry. I'm gonna stop thinking about that. Adioso, Raska. 'Twas a pleasure to be here for another stream. Nighty night and sweetest of dreams. Yes, good night, you guys. Sweet dreams. I will see you all tomorrow for some Cuphead gaming, the one where you play stuff in the room. All right, my puppies. Good night. I love you. Bye, bye, bye.